So he might not be. Yeah. If he is. He should not.
All right.
If he is, he is.
Are you ready? Are we ready, Ms. Kate? No. Yes. All right. Ms. King, are we ready to go? Yes, ma'am. All right. GMBC, we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
All right. Hola, buenas noches. It is 6:30, and I'm calling the 20th of May, West County Wastewater Board meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? And for those of you paying any attention tonight, you will notice that our regular board clerk is not here, and that is indeed not Miss Robin, that is Miss Kate Gibbs, who will be filling in this evening. Thank you, madam. Will you please call the roll tonight? Oh, I can hear myself twice. Aren't I lovely? Say it twice.
Sounds like you.
I know, it's on the recording. Say it again. I am. All right.
Present.
Here.
Director Weiner,
Present.
Vice President Alvarado, President Summit,
I am Aki.
Madam President, we have a quorum with 4 members present.
Thank you so much. At this time, I will ask those of you who are able and willing to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, or you may observe a moment of silence, seated or standing. Director Mantilla, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir?
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. At this time, I will ask General Counsel Nicole Witt to please serve as parliamentarian for tonight's meeting. Madam, are you willing and able to do so this evening?
I am.
Thank you so much. As a reminder, the board's rules of decorum are in effect. We ask everyone to wait to be recognized before speaking and keep your remarks focused on the item under consideration. If needed, I will take appropriate steps to maintain an orderly meeting. Individuals disrupting the meeting may be removed at the president's discretion. Now is the time for public comments on items not on the agenda. Members of the public may comment during this time up to 3 minutes per speaker. Directors may briefly respond to or ask clarifying questions, but may not engage in discussion regarding public comment made during this time. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak for tonight's meeting?
No, we have not. If anyone wishes to comment on non-agenda items, please approach the podium or raise your hand and speak. Seeing none, we have no public comment.
Thank you so much. With that, I will ask General Manager Andrew Gulao to please lead us through the agenda. Sir?
Thank you, Madam President. The first item on the agenda is consent calendar item 1. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
No, we have not. If anyone wishes to comment on the consent calendar item 1, please come to the podium and raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comment.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions or comments from members of the board?
Madam Chair, I have a correction.
Yes, sir.
I would like to correct the minutes regarding a meeting I did not attend and a community event I did.
Okay.
I did not attend the Orinda East Bay Mud event. I did attend the El Sobrante Earth Day cleanup event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that was Director Weiner. Any other questions or comments or corrections? Directors?
No.
If none, I will ask for a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar item 1
So moved.
with corrections.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote to approve consent calendar item 1 with the noted corrections?
On the motion by Director Weiner and seconded by Director King Meredith, consent calendar item 1 with corrections. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion passes.
Yeah, 4-0. Yes. Thank you so much. Sir?
Thank you. Next on the agenda is regular calendar item 2, to receive an update on the Clean and Green project, including information on commissioning activities, digester seeding, biosolids operations, and project progress. I don't know how anybody could step out now as Senior Manager Keith Reynolds is coming up to talk about that project.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you all for allowing me to speak to you today. We promised to give you an update on Clean and Green, and we're here to provide that today. It's been a lot going on with the project. If you've been down the planning times lately, you've seen a lot of construction. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? You've seen a lot of construction throughout the plant, and so we're very proud of the work we're doing there. So I want to start with some recent milestones that we've been able to achieve here. So we've completed the remaining shutdowns for the headworks work to start a bypass that will be constructed at our headworks that would allow us to bypass during the installation of our new grit system. And so what needs to happen is there's going to be about a 20-foot hole dug in the middle of our headworks to install this new grit system. And so to make it safe and make it efficient for both parties, we're going to build a bypass, a U-shaped bypass that goes from just behind our bar screens that discharges into our wet well. And this is the first part of that. We had to do some shutdowns to install piping to get some of the source water that comes throughout the plant from different sampling ports, and also just wasting throughout the plant that normally goes to the headworks. We have to do something to be able to get that water to divert when we start this installation. And so if you see the top picture there, that's that well, that blue pipe is the well from that installation. Starting within the next 2 weeks, we're going to start installing the drilled in place, pound in place piles that will be put in there under both for the manholes that will be inserted. And so this is the first part of that, and we're really proud of that milestone. We continued the piping installation inside the sludge holding pump. If you see there, we have 2 new pumps inside of that building. The pumps that were previous there were between 50 and 60 years old, and so now we have brand new pumps in place, and they're actually working really well so far. We've used a couple during our seeding process, which I'll touch on later on in this presentation. We also begin commission of our 12 kV building. That is the building where all the solar and the BSS will all be tied into. It's the main feeding building to our treatment plant. So the power that comes from PG&E goes through that building and then it's distributed throughout the entire treatment plant. And so the commissioning of that was installing multiple breakers, new installations of different equipment inside of that building, and us tying in the conduit that will be going to our BESS. And I'll give you a quick update on that process for that as well. And then it also kind of brings me into some news I got earlier today as we've been conditionally approved for a partial approval to start half of our solar at the treatment plant. And so we're going to start that here, hopefully within the next 30 to 45 days to start generating power. And then at the conclusion of the project, the remaining will be approved by PG&E. At the conclusion of the project, a field that you see when you first drive into the plant. So those random placements will be taken away by the company who owns them. And then we will have all that space now available at the treatment plant. Okay. We have continued to do excavation and installation of underground conduit for BSS. The concrete pad is on schedule to be started next week. And so we're going to pour that concrete pad. It'll be about 7 to 10 day cure time for it because it's a pretty thick pad. Once it is done, we're going to place the batteries there probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And so the road that is adjacent to those solar panels will be shut down. We'll have a very large crane there, so it takes 4 trucks to get it here that will be able to pick this thing up because it's quite heavy. And then it will be put in place. We will connect it, but we will not connect to the 12 kV until PG&E allows us to do that and gives us authority to do that. We cannot do that until the cogen has been commissioned, which we think will happen hopefully here in July, end of July, beginning of August. Okay. And then we have Digester 101. We started seeding that in March 31st of this year. Good news about that, we've now successfully have a stable digester and it's creating gas and it's doing very well. So well that we started number 102 on the 11th of this month. And we have made a lot of progress towards getting to that point of stability with this digester as well. Digester 102 is currently still in the stabilization state, so we're still have not achieved that as of yet. We did make some changes to how we did seed it, and I'll go over that in the presentation and later on here. But we are on schedule to be stable here pretty shortly, I believe. And then we started RDT. That's still a work in progress. There's some issues with construction there. There may be some changes to Aptera now to kind of figure that out. But we are under use of it at the current moment. So it is now feeding a digester 101 and 102 as well. And we did an approval of our NIM 2 status by PG&E as well. So PG&E officially approved our NIM 2 status. It's pretty significant because when you all acting when you did to start this project allowed us to get the NIM 2 status, okay? Difference between NIM 2 and NIM 3 is quite vast when it comes to buyback. I think it's like a third. We're back a third of what we can now. So it's that significant. And so that kind of makes this project really possible when it comes to the finances, you know. And then our gas cleaning skid was trained and commissioned. We did that. So all staff have been trained on the gas cleaning skid. Commissioning took place last week. It is now purged. I'll go over what purging is later in this presentation. But it's now purged and all of the oxygen has been excavated, it's kicked out of it. And now, so it's safe for now for the biogas. Commissioning updates. Startup continues for the RDT. We're still, like I said, we're still working on it. It's still a work in progress. Our backup pipelines for DAFT, we approved them to make a backup pipeline because we were uncertain about the efficacy of the RDT, right? And so we didn't want to start the digester and not have another way to feed the digesters for some kind of a backup pipeline that is placed to the digesters that will allow us to feed into those digesters if this RDT becomes a bigger issue and not be able to be used. So it's just a kind of like belt and suspenders kind of way to make sure we're moving forward, because if we don't do that and we get a sour digester, then it can be very expensive to now clean that digester and start all over again. So it was very cheap to do this, and it's just probably the easiest way for us to kind of protect ourselves as an organization. And the 7-day test is expected to start after we are finished with the seeding of both digesters. We don't want to upset anything. We want to just move forward and make sure everything remains stable and good as it is. And then we'll do the 7-day test. Per the contract, once the 7-day test is complete, then they have the opportunity to ask us to now take ownership of that equipment. Okay, so if this thing cannot run for 7 days without our intervention outside of what O&M says, then they have to fix it until it has to do that. And I want to thank the operation and maintenance staff, lab staff. They've been doing a big lift to be able to support the sampling that we're requiring for now for the digester. Doing the seeding portion of this, it's been a lot, and I just want to thank them for their help and assistance. This kind of goes back to the headworks what I was talking to you all about earlier. So if you've been up to the treatment plant, you'll see a big fence area by the headworks. And this is kind of a delineation of what that fencing is, right? This is due to the crane that's coming for BSS. There'll also be one coming to drill the piles that will be placed here in this area. And so we kind of it was safer just to make sure no one is in this area. There's gonna be a lot of traffic, a lot of dirt moving, a lot of concrete, a lot of trucks. And so we've kind of just excluded this area for our staff. We've allowed our labs to still have a way to use their truck or vehicle to get around the treatment plant. We've made some adjustments for that. I did not allow a door on this long piece of fence because I just don't want an operator coming out and the truck's coming, right? So they have to walk around. That fence will be removed in the future once the piles are in and the first initial digging is done. We don't need the big equipment there at the time, and this rectangle will just stay in place for probably until through March of next year. That's what we're thinking. For the commissioning, we talked about 101. It was an exclusion area. So when we first started this, we kind of excluded everyone from that area just to make sure if there's any introduction of biogas and some other elements like oxygen, that if there was, everyone would be safe from that area. And so I just kind of want to talk about, so you can highlight the kind of safety protocols and some of the safety steps that we're taking to kind of really protect staff and equipment and everyone else around us. The glass cleaning skid, we're thinking about mid-June that it'll be active, that we should have gas from both tanks, enough for the gas cleaning skid to be activated, to be used. And then from there, we'll be able to go to the cogen from there, and that will follow. Like I said, hopefully late June, early August of this year, we'll be making power from the cogen. And so I'm going to talk about some of the analytics and methodology behind digester seeding. So essentially what we're doing is we're using seed sludge from the city of Richmond as well as our own sludge, and to kind of kickstart the biological processes inside of the digester. And so the primary purpose is to start, we have an anaerobic digester, which means we're not introducing oxygen. It's a total enclosed system. And we want to activate the biological system and increase the population of biological microbes and things that in nature inside of the digester. Okay? It will introduce methathogens and acid-forming bacteria. You'll see later on in this presentation, we're trying to talk about volatile acids and how important that is to kind of talk about the health of the digester. But we're introducing that through seed sludge from City of Richmond. At least for tank 101, we did that. And then for tank 102, we used Richmond and seed sludge from our tank 101. So we use our own native sludge as well as seed sludge from our partner, City of Richmond. So it talks about increasing our OLR, which is our organic load rate. And so essentially what that is measuring how much of solids or organic matter we're adding to the digester, right? So we don't want to add too much, because if we add too much, we can sour the digester. I'll kind of go over what that is later here. If we add too little, then we have an inactive population of biology inside of the digester, and that's not good either. That's bad for our mixing. And so we have to kind of find a balance to do this. And what we do every day at 7:30 in the morning, we have a meeting. We also have a meeting at 3:30 every morning. So that's how important this is, right? You have 2 meetings every day, Saturday, Sunday, doesn't matter, right? And we have these meetings to kind of talk about the numbers that we're getting from the digesters to ensure we are hitting them and we're not overfeeding or underfeeding the digesters to kind of create that souring effect that I talked about a while ago. So these are some of the values and things that our lab are sampling every day. So essentially what happens, 9 a.m., our operators go and they get samples and they bring them to our lab every day. We look at the previous day's results, as well as some grab sample results like temperature, pH, gas numbers, and things of that nature every morning in our meeting. We have alkalinity. This is the kind of ranges we're trying to find for each of these areas to consider this a stable digester, right? So these are the areas, these are the ranges we want to stay in throughout the life of these digesters. Currently, I would say digester 101 is meeting all these standards. Digester 102 now has the pH is where we want it to be. We also have the temperature where we want it to be. Alkalinity, volatile acids, and our ratios, our concentrations, those are things we're still working on, right? Those things are gonna stabilize as we start feeding more and more over time. Adding chemistry. So this is if, in case we did have a sour digester, right? We would have to do something to combat that, right? Because I told you it's pretty expensive to kind of clean this thing or rid the bad sludge out and start new. And so, so we have this meeting every day to kind of consider the feed increase or decrease. If the volatile acids are high, then we have a sour digester, right? We're overfeeding it, and we need to figure something out to kind of figure it out. You have to put some kind of alkalinity inside of the digester in that case. In our case, we've chosen to use caustic, which I'll talk about a little later here, to kind of combat that. We do have it on site. We have it ready. We have a plan to use it. It is a corrosive thing. So staff have all the PPE ready to go in case we are in that situation, but we don't anticipate having to be in that situation here. Caustic, sodium hydroxide, that's what we chose here. But these are other options as well. Originally, we were going to choose lime because it's readily available. But when you start looking at the effort and the safety and the volume we would need to do a digester of 750,000 gallons, it was just kind of like, doesn't make sense. So Optera installed some piping to get stuff from City of Richmond. Andre and I kind of came up with a little way to dump caustic into one of the charge tanks. And so we were able to do that, use that as a backup in case we do get a sour digester. We'll be able to go from there. We'll also be able to feed seed from Richmond. There it goes. And this is kind of talking about lime, but it is pretty extensive. It is non-toxic. It's cheap, and it's something you get at Home Depot, right? But the volume we would need would be significant, and the mixing it would be pretty significant and messy. And so this kind of goes over some of our decision-making on a daily basis, what we're going through, right? So how much seed do we want to in the anaerobic digester? We wanted 20 to 30, 25%, 20 to 25% of operational value, right? That's kind of been our increase that we've been doing, right? We had a increased day. Thursday was our increased day. Or have we met numbers for 4 to 5 days? Have we met it? Okay, and we will increase at 20% until we get to our operational value. Will seed sludge negatively affect startup? No. So the more seed sludge, the better, all right? And so this kind of talks about the maturation of this project and everyone's experience gaining for something like this. Our first one, we used basically a big tank of hot water, and we poured seed into it until we get to a certain thickness. This time, we said, no, we're gonna add more seed. So we added like 400,000 gallons of seed or so this time instead of 150,000 gallons what we did last time. That's why we're able to move so quickly with Tank 102, because we learned from Tank 101, right? Having these meetings, having these discussions, everyone's understanding what's happening. So now we took almost 400,000 gallons of our seed as well as seed from City of Richmond to put into this digester. We did not heat it, we did not mix it, so we can get a thicker product. So now we can start the heating up, start the mixing up, and now we can feed it. And now it's a thicker product already, and we're already producing gas in 2 days instead of 3 weeks. Right? And so things like that are things that have been able to be kind of changed throughout the maturation of this project. And can you start a digester without seed? Absolutely, right? But it's not recommended. It's going to take a long time, right? You to create that biology. It's better just to bring biology in that's already working, and then we can start from there, and then it's going to convert to our stuff as we feed it, our seed, our sludge. Purging, I kind of talked about that earlier. So we use nitrogen, and so we have to kick out all the oxygen throughout anywhere in this system that's going to be introduced to biogas, right? So biogas and oxygen do not mix. That creates an explosive environment. And so we want to make sure we don't do that. So we use these large trucks and tanks to fill nitrogen in the headspace of all the digesters till we get to a certain PSI. And then we also did it for the gas cleaning skid as well as the piping from the digesters to the gas cleaning skid. Okay? So all of that has been purged. We monitor the oxygen levels in these parts of the plant throughout the day. That's part of our daily monitoring that we do. We do gas monitoring. We want to keep it oxygen below 1, which is well below 1. And so that means it's an airtight system, and we haven't had much pressure variation or anything from oxygen. And we're going to kind of talk about our seeding plan. I'll go really quick here. So we want to get this online so we can get Senegal off-site, right, and start making our own biosolids. We have to have this online so then we can start using our centrifuges once they're online, right? So we have to start making our own solids, and then we can make a Class B product for a period of time. And then once the dryer's on, then we can make that Class A product. It's a dry product that's lighter and easier to move away. For a couple months, it will be Class B. We talked about the seeding, so we did do 150,000 gallons for the first one. The second one, as I told you, we kind of changed the methodology there. Increase in OLR, we could do 10% every day, or we do 10% every 3 days. Now, with Tank 101, we did not do that. This was what we're understanding at the time of this presentation, right? So when we got into it, we saw a lot of fluctuations, but that was due to that large volume of water and introducing the seed. Now, we've been changing the OLR here every 2 or 3 days with Tank 102 because we feel more comfortable and we see the numbers increasing and changing over time. They stayed stagnant for 101 for a while, and so we kind of slowed down the feeding so things can recover. And then we started again, and it's working beautifully now. But Tank 102 has had a different methodology because we have more experience now with it. Monitoring the digesters, we collect samples every day. Those list of those things I showed you earlier. There's also gas monitoring that's being done. We get text messages throughout the night. This is how much gas we're producing. This is the quality of gas. This is how much H2S. This is how much oxygen. All those things are done. We don't want large deviations over a 24-hour period of temperature. So we want to be between 95 and 98 degrees. I think both of them right now are about 97 degrees. So we're right in a sweet spot right in the middle. And so right now we're pretty happy with what we're doing now. Tank 101 is pretty much, I would say 95% we're there for the operational volume that it's going to take moving forward. So we're pretty happy with that. We're almost at 100%. We'll be there by the end of probably beginning of next week. More CETA, like I said, we did for Tank. We were going to store it in Tank 101, but we ended up making some changes to Tank 101. And so what we were able to do, and I want to thank City of Richmond because that is kind of a big thing they did for us, is like send us so much sludge in a short period of time. So we were able to use our pipeline as pretty much storage and then bring all the seed into the plant over a 7-day period, right? And so does the plan include another gas? Yes, that was the purging, right? The headspace is about 150,000 gallons of headspace. So now if you were to be introduced into there would be no oxygen inside that tank, right? Nitrogen is because it is lighter and it was a cheaper thing to do. Something we could readily get. However, it was dangerous to do the nitrogen. And at that time, that area that showed you that box, that was the area no one can come, right? Because if these are large tanks of nitrogen, if they were to release, anyone in those areas could suffocate, right? Because it's gonna be all oxygen in the area, right? And so we were able to do that safely. It is something that will have to be done in the future. You are on the board, and in the future, you're probably gonna have to have some kind of contract signed, you know, if we have to clean a digester or things of that nature. That is something, a procedure that will have to happen in the future. When we clean a digester, bring them down, oxygen will be introduced. We now have to get that oxygen out before we can turn the digester back on, before we start making gas. And so that was it for this. If you had any questions, I can answer them. I know it's a long presentation and a lot of talking, so I'll be quiet and let you ask me questions.
I'm sure no one has any questions whatsoever.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a great presentation.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this before we start? Thank you so much. Okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions or comments? We'll start with Director Rentila.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Keith for coming to our IOE meeting and presenting there as well, and it was quite formative. We had a chance to ask a lot of questions, and
Yes.
I've got even more. I wanted to ask, what size turbine is it and what brand?
Our cogen,
Yeah,
that's a 2G, and it's a 750 kilowatt. It's dual 750 kilowatt.
what brand?
2G, it's a German company.
Okay, so it's all metric. And then when we spoke about the caustic issue with some of the lye that's being put in there, we talked about PPE and training, and I was wondering, when we talk about H2S, does everybody at the plant wear H2S monitors?
They don't wear them, no. So I think management will make a decision on when they go into the dryer building, if that is required. I think they already made the decision that if they go into the gas cleaning skid area, it would be required. But our staff should not be going in there at all, unless there's something there. It's all automated, so they can turn things from outside on and off.
I was just curious, where are the eye wash and showers located?
There's some next to the polymer stations, so that's probably where the places where they could possibly be sprayed in eyes.
Yeah.
So there's one next to polymer stations for the new ones. The others there's some by our old C&D building, hyposodium hypochlorite area.
Yeah, and I greatly appreciate the tailgate meetings.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they've
I
been
mean,
very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they should be mandatory. Appreciate all the safety steps, and thank you for all the good work.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to start with the committee first, so thank you. And Director Wiener.
Moi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I really appreciated and did a lot of Googling to
Oh, okay.
to figure out what all of the equipment that you were referencing was. The one thing I did look this up, so I know what they are, but don't we have some belt thickening going on right now? But in the future, there won't be any?
No, it won't be.
I see. So the rotary ones are the ones going to replace that belt thickening?
Yes, the rotary drum ticket will be the replacement.
So, right, so DAFT is the old method, and BAFT would be with a belt, and then what we're using are rotary thickeners. Okay. That was all that I couldn't figure out. Why did I know about BAFT, and now I know. So cool.
Interesting. You know, everyone has their own preference, different places.
Yeah, no, I know it's different. I asked about the sewage treatment period, not specifically to any plant, so, yeah. Great, Keith, that was good. nice presentation. Glad to see there's some major progress. Yeah, great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Weiner. Director King Meredith?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Keith, for the presentation. I read through it, and you just put everything in place, visuals and the whole bit, after I read through it. And you've done an awesome job of presenting it. I'd just like to thank you for it. I just have one question about it, and I'm pretty sure you're the expert and your staff is the expert, but I was just wondering, I know you mentioned about the fluctuation in keeping the temp within 95 and 80.
95 to 98 degrees.
Yeah, 95 to 98. So I'm just wondering, sometime on cold days, and I know you say you sample every day, you take samples every day to make sure that it's reading properly, but if it was to exceed over 98, say we have a really hot day, and if it exceed over 98, how would you bring that temp down in order to be
We would
correct?
change the cooling. So they have these things called heat exchangers, and Andre's staff will have the ability to either increase the temperature or lower it. So if they can read a higher temperature inside, they can decrease essentially the amount of hot water that's going through heating the sludge that's just kind of circulating in the side of the tank.
Okay.
So they have that ability. 1 or 2 degree, I don't think would be that big a deal. If it's 5 or 6, then we have a problem, right? Because a digest is like a body. You want to keep it relatively stable, and so you don't want to have too many bigger fluctuations. Essentially, you get a fever, then we have a problem. Then at that point, we might have to stop heating and allow it to bring its temperature down before we introduce heating again.
Okay, so that was just my question. I was just wondering about the cooling system and, the heat up and cool down. You've answered it.
Yep.
Great job. Thank you for the presentation. Great job to the staff and to you. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes,
may I ask another question?
absolutely.
Can you talk to us about how some of these odors and odor complaints are going to be eliminated?
Oh, definitely. That's actually a really good thing to talk about. So one of the major odor creators is going to be eliminated, right? We don't have lagoons. That's one thing that creates a lot of odors. And in our DAF create a lot of odors. It's open air tank, essentially. So now what's happening is everything's inside of RDT. All the air inside the RDT building is filtered through a carbon filter before it's reintroduced into the atmosphere. And so you should see a massive reduction in any kind of smells at the treatment plant moving forward. You still smell some things probably at the headworks on a hot day, or the porta potty company comes and drops their load into the headworks. But from the process itself, you should see a dramatic, because we're not having the lagoons any longer, and we're not utilizing the DAFT. So that'll be a big difference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will tell you that great presentation. The information is comprehensive, and love the graphics. Love it.
Thank you. Give Andre some credit. He did some of that as well. So.
Great job. Great job. Speaking my love language with all the science.
I know you like the numbers. So.
Love the numbers, love the data, love the science. I will say my sole feedback, 2 things, is abbreviations. Just tell them what the abbreviations are. Put it in a footnote. I know what BESS is, but, battery electric storage system, you just tell people what it is so they don't have to look it up. I heard Director Weiner saying he had to go look up some of them, so I just say, put the definitions in a footer so that people know what it is. Even though you said it before in a past presentation, it's always good just to tell people what it is right there. And then I say this to everyone who comes before us, so I'm going to say it to you. Tie it back to the strategic plan. Every presentation, tie it back to the strategic plan. So how does this Clean and Green project, which we know because we're the ones who give the charge to you all, how does this tie back to the strategic plan? Because we know it's a lot of money, and we know it's on the staff report. You put on here the 6 icons. I like to see those icons right there on that first, on the presentation itself. Just put them on there in your header on there. I like those little icons. And then mention it when you first give the presentation. Just mention it. These ties back to our infrastructure optimization, being an environmental leader, fiscal responsibility, integrated systems, right? And organizational capacity, our engagement, our partnerships, and our advocacy, as well as our innovative solutions. This is incredibly innovative. But the fact that you said that some of these old pumps are older, some of us weren't even alive, right? We weren't even thought of. Our parents hadn't even thought about us when
going.
these when these pumps were installed 50, 60 years ago. This is really important that we talk about that. That's why we are doing what we do with some of these strategic plan goals, with some of the moves that we're making, not just with our budget, but with our goals, because there's work that hasn't been done for decades and decades and decades. And this Clean and Green project is so very important to address that. So we need to make sure that we're saying that. I know we know it intuitively, but we have to say it so that the public knows that there's an end game to what we're doing. So I thought it was very well done, very well put together. I think those were the major 2 things I wanted to say, and tying it back to the other thing is the generating the power. The fact that we're getting there, we're so close.
Be a power generator, yeah.
Other cities are talking about it. I have this thing about we're doing it. We're not just talking about it, but we're doing it, and it makes me giddy. And I came into this meeting with a headache, and it's not gone yet, but that's going to relieve it a lot. So I feel really good about the fact that we're generating power. That's all I can say. Yes, yes, Director Wiener. I mean, if that doesn't excite you, I don't know what will excite somebody in our district, but we're generating power. Yes, sir.
You reminded me of something I forgot that Keith told me, and I'd like to ask him to remind me. What is our potential generation from the cogen?
750 kilowatts.
750?
750 kilowatts.
PG&E is capped generation to that.
Yeah, so
Yes.
half of that is all we're going to be able to generate.
Yeah, so they're dual, so they'll be kind of running back and forth, turning on and off between the 2 to kind of extend the life of both. But we can only generate up to 750 kilowatts.
We can only, but what's our potential?
A potential?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how much gas, I could do a megawatt and a half. So you could use both. But like I said, the rules restrict that ability.
And that's a megawatt?
Yes, it'd be, yeah.
So
both
1.5
generators can run-
megawatts is our potential?
Yeah, both generators can run at the same time. So then you have 750 kilowatts times 2
Yeah, 1.5 megawatts.
Yeah.
Megawatts.
megawatts.
Megawatts. 1.5 megawatts, but
If we have enough
if we
gas.
could, but
Yeah.
they capped us at
I'd
750.
like to brag.
I like to brag too. I think that's bragging rights. And that's July, August about, we're thinking.
Yes,
When the
something
cogen would be commissioned.
I think in August, yeah.
Keith?
Can you say it one more time? This is like love language. Just say it one more
August,
time.
end of August.
See, other people like,
Knock on wood, I don't know.
other people like flowers and diamonds and things like that. I like to hear generating energy. See, doesn't it sound like sweet music? Almost like jazz. Go ahead, General Manager.
Keith, in addition to the cogeneration, there's the solar arrays. How much more energy are we generating from that?
About 150 kilowatts total. That's from this the treatment plant, as well as 137, 150. Between here, the lift station locations, and then the treatment plant.
Another 100, so about 137.
Yeah.
Solar, et cetera.
Another point for the board on that is maybe Justin will want to give us the numbers, but by generating this electricity, what percentage of the energy demand at the plant on any given day are we covering with our own generation?
From cogen and solar, probably about between 85 and 90%, I would say. Summertime, 100. I would say as long as it's really sunny, you'll be doing 100. The only time you really would need more would be, I would say, November, December, January.
So typical of what is being done statewide.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty
The
significant.
grid is stuffed with 100% of its need until certain months and
Especially with the
at
battery.
night. So,
The battery allows them to run different times a day, shed, low shed. Summertime, they can run the batteries at night. They don't have to run power from PG&E or sell back. They can, so you have different options, right? That we'll be able to explore as we get more experience with the system.
right, yeah. In my imagination, that's what I thought we were going to do.
But that was our goal,
Yeah.
right? That was our goal, 85 to 90%.
Yes, it
Correct,
was.
General
And
Manager?
The point that I also want to make from that is that while we will be asking our ratepayers for some additional assistance, this project, some of which is being paid for by federal grants, eliminates almost entirely our need to buy energy from PG&E. So future costs, you could either look at it as this project is being paid back from those energy savings, or we aren't having to pay for that energy in the future, which means we don't need to raise the rates as much, or we have more money for capital projects. There's a lot of different ways of looking at it, but it's a significant amount of money per year that we will no longer be buying energy.
There's also been a reduction of energy-thirsty equipment to kind of meet that level. What I'm speaking about, like making LED lights, smaller pumps. The mixer, for example, is a 2 horsepower pump, right? Instead of a 100 horsepower pump going on top of the plants, on top of the digester. So things like that are reducing our need, and so our production will be able to meet that need easier and more consistently.
I said a significant amount, but so I don't want to use the wrong number projection. But Justin, you want to give them an idea of the kind of cost savings and funding that we would not require over the next number of years because of that?
Good evening. Justin Lovell, Deputy General Manager. So our initial estimates right now are about $2 million a year of savings. So that's not pure electricity, but it's mostly not having to pay PG&E. And then over the life of the project, what our initial estimates over a 20-year period is about $43 million of savings.
And at $2 million a year and 40-some million,
Plus a little bit more, yeah.
probably quite a bit more, seeing how energy prices are
Since the
going up.
prices have gone up, yeah, so it'll, if, tracking energy pricing, it would be more than that. But it's our estimate right now.
How does that translate? $2 million a year, what kind of percent on a rate increase would that be to get $2 million a year?
That could be anywhere from about 7 to 8% increase.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that again?
But that
7 to 8%
equates to
per
about a
year.
7 or 8% increase.
Per year.
An extra $2 million, we would, and if we needed another $2 million, we'd have to increase the rates about 7 or 8%
A year.
a year.
Oh, I see. So on top of what we've already,
Well, cut what we
maximum.
have, right? So it's, on our current rate plan, yeah, that would, 2 million would get us,
Per
about
year.
7% increase would get us about an extra 2 million in revenue.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's a great number. And thank you.
if we
And
could
thank you.
just get rid of our unfunded liability.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. It's a good presentation. And Board, we do not have an action on this item. We were just receiving that update. That's a great update. Thank you. Appreciate that. There was one more I did have one more question. It was, for the record, I mean, I do know this answer, but I do want you to state for the record the difference between the NEM 2 and the NEM 3. You did bring that up, the NEM 2 and the NEM 3 status with PG&E. I know that we did get approval for the district's NEM 2 status with PG&E, and you said there was a huge gap or disparity by the time we get the NEM 3 status. So can you say, just for the record, so people understand what that means to get to NEM 3 status?
The buyback price is probably 50% more in NEM 2 than it is NEM 3.
Thank you.
Essentially, that number that Justin just told you would be $1 million instead of $2 million.
Yeah, no, I missed that, I'm sorry.
So let's say NEM 2 would be, say it's $1 per kilowatt. NEM 3 from the power generation that you create
Oh, I see.
than you would if you had NEM 3.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure people, that the
know the
board
exact
and
number,
also
but
the
it's about
community
50%.
understood it. Yeah, I just wanted that on the record.
Yeah.
So
It's a pretty big deal. Yeah.
it's a big difference.
But we-
50% difference.
Yes. Or more.
When Keith says NEM 2 or NEM 3, it's the net energy metering. In other words, versus how much we're putting back out onto the system. And so for the energy that we're putting back out onto the grid, by being in still meeting the deadline to be part of NEM 2 versus NEM 3 is the significant difference that Keith just mentioned
That was a
in what we're paid for putting the energy out onto the grid.
It took a lot of effort too. And it's also your connection fee is different with NEM 2 and 3. So regardless, you have to pay a connection fee to PG&E. It's much lower in NEM 2 than it is in NEM 3.
How'd they let us get away with that?
We can.
This is a standard fee you have to pay regardless. So the $2 million, this is for the generation that he's talking about. It's a very small number, but it's something.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was, I just wanted it on the record, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, next item. That was it, but there's no action. So next item, General Manager.
Okay. Thank you. Next on the agenda is regular calendar item 3, to receive a presentation on the Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Information Program. And we have Angela Andrews, our Director of Infrastructure and Planning.
Hello. Yes, it's me, Angela Andrews, Director of Infrastructure and Planning.
I thought it was Lauren Bacall.
We did not coordinate outfits for this presentation. I just
Okay,
want
I
to
thought
acknowledge
maybe.
that. Yes, I'm here to talk about the Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Information Program. And this is a regional opportunity for us to coordinate with other agencies to advance our weather predictions for making sure that we are resilient. And I'll move forward to the next slide. So this project is a regional project. It continues the goal of moving forward prediction of rainfall events throughout the Bay Area. East Bay radar was installed at Rocky Ridge in December 2022, and the site became available in 2023. The last C-band was installed at Mount Barnaby in 2025. And this is there's about 5 bands that is a regional network to help us predict the measure of rainfall, especially during strong storms. And as you probably have seen over the years, there have been more atmospheric river events that have happened throughout the Bay Area. So this is gonna help us predict and be prepared for those events. So why does this matter? We should be filling in our gaps in traditional radar coverage, so this will give us better predictions of weather events. It will give us more timely data, and it will support us in our emergency response. One of the questions that came up in IOE committee was how much further in advance will it predict the weather? And it will actually predict the weather 6 hours in advance, but that data, the more hours we have, the better data we have, so it will still give us more predictability in terms of weeks, but it just increases the number of hours to increase the total duration of days that we can predict the weather. So it just feeds more information. And as the technology gets better, the more hours that are added, the better, the more advanced the prediction will be. And so why are we doing this project? We are tasked with being partners and collaborators with other agencies. And it benefits us because we're working with local governments. We are helping our managers be more ready for emergencies. We are working with other water resource agencies, and it will help communities across the Bay if we all partner together to make sure we're predicting weather better. So these are the current local sponsors. As you can see, Sonoma County Water Agency has contributed $250 to this agreement. They have actually been the leaders in creating this regional effort, and so the funding that we're getting is actually helping support them as they have put in initial funding as well as will be continuing ongoing funding. And then we also are expecting some of these agencies, including East Bay Mud, possibly to contribute more in the future, but this is the initial investment right now. But our investment would be the $20,000. And this will be for a 5-year duration, so $20,000 per year with 4% escalating costs, so about $800 the next year. But it will be from starting July 1 this year until June 2031. And how does this connect to the strategic plan? This is connected through our goals of infrastructure optimization, being an environmental leader, integrated systems and innovative solutions, and engagement with partnerships, and advocacy. And that is the end of my presentation. I am available for any questions.
So much. Either you're reading my notes or you've been listening to me.
Both, maybe.
Thank you. All right. Directors, before I go to you, Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
No, we have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 3, please come to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comment.
Thank you so much. Board members, are there any questions or comments? Director Ventila, I'm going to start with you. I believe this is another item that belongs in your committee.
Yes, it did. Let me turn this on. Yes, thank you, Angela. It did come to our committee, and Chair Alvarado and myself were actually fascinated with the thought of this. We never thought that looking into weather would even be an issue, but it makes sense, with the flooding and high heat and high winds. So it ended up being a no-brainer that we asked them to come to our committee and board and give a presentation. So we agree with this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Director King-Meredith.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Angela, for this presentation. I've never seen anything like it.
Yes, if you're
But
more than
I'm-
welcome to tour one of the radars. I've toured the Rocky Ridge facility. It's pretty cool. So just let me know if we can make those connections.
Well, that's
With
great.
Robin's approval, of course. So
Well, kudos for bringing it here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
I have no questions,
Thank
just
you.
comments. Thank you.
Director Weiner.
Yeah, just that I support this 100%. Great thing, and it hits pretty much everything in the plan, so it's a great thing. Good.
thank you.
Yes. At the sake of brevity and not to repeat, I'm glad the committee had a chance
to review it. And I think it sounds like a great program. I'd like to see a couple of our other partners here in West County stage,
Okay,
right?
okay.
And some of our other Contra Costa Water District learn about it and know about it and have an opportunity to participate as well. It's just, it'll be good for them to know about it if they don't already, just to bring them in since they're good partners with us, especially Steege because we're so close. And Contra Costa Water because I see Central Sands is on here. And Contra Costa Water is another big one for us. So that's just my thought.
Yes, and more partners, that keeps the cost down for everyone, so. we'll
Exactly.
continue to
The more
advocate.
partners we have, especially because we're all so close, I think that would be good.
Okay,
So that would be my only recommendation is maybe reach out and let them know about the program.
yep,
But other than that, I think this, again, it tickles my scientific bone that this is such a good program. And I like to see the kind of cooperative effort that we're all taking in making this go. General Manager, you had something? Okay.
and I just want to add that we'll get annual reporting every November, so I can bring an update. when that
Okay, and
comes in.
then my other question to you was, and then how often would you be reporting on this? Is this will there be quarterly meetings of the organization, or is it, how often will this consortium meet? And then,
Well, right now, they're still actively engaging the partners. I would say East Bay Discharger, Sonoma, and a couple of other folks are regularly meeting as a group. But the annual reporting to all the agencies will be once a year. But I'm sure we'll be able to, ask for more information whenever we need to or get more feedback.
okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing, just how it's tracking and how it looks and how it's working out. So, yes. I was just wondering about the reporting.
Sure.
The reporting aspect. So when you have more information, that would be great to get back to us.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
you.
the report.
Thank you.
There is no action on this item, directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next on the agenda is 4 reports from staff, general manager, general counsel, which includes the quarterly investment report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2026, and the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. Before we hear from Deputy General Manager Justin Lovell about the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, I would like to ask whether the board has any questions regarding the quarterly report.
Directors,
No, I don't.
are there, but before that, did we get any public comment on this? Or do we have any written comments or requests to speak? Madam Clerk?
None. We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 4, please come to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. And seeing none, we have no public comment.
Thank you so much. All right, directors, do you have any questions or comments on the quarterly investment report? No? Madam?
I didn't.
No.
Oh, no, I
Sir?
didn't know.
No?
I'm sorry.
All right, there are none. All right, sir, tell us about this GFAO. GFOA.
All right, well, good evening, Justin Lovell, Deputy General Manager. Do you want to present, so this is a plaque that we received from the Government Finance Officers Association. So it's pretty hefty plaque, but, so this is where we can recognize each fiscal year that we've received the Distinguished Budget Award, Presentation Award. And so I would just want to congratulate our finance staff, Finance Manager Maria Bagley, financial analyst Abney Allen, as well as Victoria Donati and Sarah Williamson. I believe those are our main four. I know there are several others who were involved in creating the budget document this last year. But I just want to recognize them and congratulate them for their work. So we have a 2-year budget, but we recognized for the fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 26 budget. So I want to congratulate them. So with that, we have we got our medallions, and so I put on a plaque. This plaque is outside in the lobby. So that's where it stands.
You please let the board know and the public know how many years we have continued to get this. It's a big deal because it recognizes the integrity and the transparency of our, I know how hard that budget document is from personal experience to put together. So can you just let the board know how what goes into it, just briefly, what goes into that budget document? And then also what, how we've gotten this
Well,
quite a few times.
we have 6 different little plaques on here. We've gotten it consecutively for the last 4 years. It does take a significant amount of effort. It's just demonstrating that we are following the best practices financial reporting. So there is a long list of items that are required to be included in the document. And then from the prior year that we received any comments from the reviewers, we need to just show that we've demonstrated and we've addressed any of those comments from the prior review. So it takes a significant amount of work just to make sure that we have all the required information. And it's laid out in a way that the reviewers can easily find it, and we can show that we're meeting the best practices of budget reporting for local government finance.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the finance team.
Thank you, Justin. Also, Andre, if you don't mind coming up here, Mr. Wells. And he can tell us about another award that we got once again for the 23rd time.
Yes.
So, my name is Andre Wells. I'm the operations maintenance manager Sorry. My name is Andre Wells. I'm the operations and maintenance manager for West County Wastewater. And we just received our 23rd Platinum Award from the NACWA Association for no effluent discharge violations.
Don't rush it. Don't rush it.
It's a significant award to get to debt and something that's very difficult to maintain, especially for 23 years. So I owe that to everyone in ops, maintenance, as well as the laboratory and environmental compliance. And everyone who was here since that 23-year award began, so. Any questions about it?
Yes, so tell them what it is again. Say it slowly. It's from NACWA.
Yes.
And those of you who've heard of AQUA, but it's the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. And they give this award for?
Having no effluent discharge violations. So it's been 23 consecutive years that we've had that honor.
That is fantastic. And Jim, I'm just speechless because that's just fantastic. That's fantastic. It's fantastic. And where does this thanks go to? Say it again.
I'm sorry?
Where do we send this thanks to? Where do we send this congratulations to?
We send this congratulations to ops staff, maintenance staff, laboratory staff, and environmental compliance. And any of those operators, maintenance guys or gals, as well as environmental lab people who were here prior to me for the past 23 years. and the people at the Hill that support us, IMP, finance, admin. It's a group effort.
That's what I wanted you, I just wanted you to say that, the whole team. I was wanting him to say it, though. He did it, he did it. He named everybody. Thank you. This is fantastic news. This is fantastic news. How rare is it to get one of these? How hard is it to do this?
To do it for 23 years, it's very difficult.
How does it do it for 1 year?
That
It's
in
hard
itself
too,
is difficult.
right? Yeah, but to do it for 23 is just,
Wastewater is a very dynamic environment. Things change all the time. All it takes is, somebody dumping one hot load down a sewer that affects the biology of the plant that could very quickly ruin that 23-year reputation. So that's why I'd like to thank environmental and everyone else for ideally stopping that before it gets to the plant. So
thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful job. To everybody, please give them our congratulations. This is
Will do.
fantastic. And before you go, board members, I'll give you an opportunity. Do you have anything to say?
Congratulations to everyone.
Go ahead.
That's phenomenal and excellent.
thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Andre.
Before you get to walk away from the podium there, Andre, later in the month of June, you and Keith, who we just heard from, talk about the Clean and Green project, will be presenting at the Conference of the American Water Works Association.
Yeah.
Can you tell them what the title of your presentation or the panel you're participating in?
So it's related to methods of keeping the wastewater plant up and running during startup and commissioning of a major construction project. So the role that ops and maintenance staff have done to keep everything functioning throughout construction of the Clean and Green project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Congratulations again.
As he mentioned in part of the title of that the, it says here, the Platinum Awards, you get 100% compliance with permits over a consecutive 5-year period. During much of this last 5 years, at least the last 3, we've been under major construction in the significant portion of every part of the treatment plant, and yet have continued to operate and meet our effluent requirements, which is quite a hurdle in itself.
Yes. And I do want to say, sorry, during the 2017 upgrade, the same thing. And to maintain this award through a major process change like that of going from rough-in filters to an MLE process, that was something to be proud of.
Yeah. That was the process, the reclaimed water project that allows us to, what are we doing? We're removing nutrients.
Yep.
Oh, another big problem that's coming on the future for many of the new nutrient requirements, and we're already meeting those requirements because we have to send our water over to East Bay Mud to be reclaimed.
And microplastics.
We have a plan. Thank you, Andre.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
General Counsel, do you have any announcements? None. I have one further one, and that is, I was going to mention this at the end, but I guess I'm halfway into it. Just reminding the board that we have a Public Works Week barbecue at the plant tomorrow, starting at 11:30.
11:30. Will there be Brussels sprouts? Will there be asparagus?
And that would be all we have, unless we have any public comments on this, Madam
Is that
Clerk.
down at the plant?
Yes, it's down at the plant.
And it starts at 11:30.
11:30.
That I got.
Yes.
I knew one of them, but
No, we
not
have
one.
not. If anyone wishes to speak on this item, please come to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. General Manager, 11:30 until what time?
Till approximately 1.
Till 1. to 1 o'clock.
It's an informal
Director Weiner,
gathering.
11:30 to 1. Okay. All right. Next item, sir. Is that me?
Final item on the agenda is item 5, Director's Comments, Meeting Reports. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
No, we have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 5, please come to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comment.
Thank you. Directors, as a reminder, please report on meetings that you have attended for which you are seeking reimbursement or compensation from West County Wastewater and other matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency. This is also the time for directors to propose future agenda items, should you have any. And this time, let's start with Director King Meredith.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam President. Matter of fact, between May the 5th and the May 7th, I didn't make this report at our first board meeting because we were still attending the Association of California Water Agency, its spring conference, and we didn't complete it until the day after. But it was very informative. The conference covered our original updates, which was very wonderful to hear. They spoke of lack of water and its supply, spoke on PG&E. The aquatus of the different subcommittees was actually permitted in some of the sessions that was available. The exposure of whales having presented arsenic, which has been shut down in a lot of the whales that they have discovered a lot of arsenic. Whales with waters with PFAS, and everybody is familiar with the PFAS. A lot of old corroded water tanks has been being replaced, again, as not only tanks, but as it was brought up about the infrastructure, and a lot of the piping is over 100 years old, and they have to be changed, and they have to be taken care of, and that's one of the things they're starting to look at. We've already started wastewater, but now down in the valleys and down in Southern California and around about is starting to look at their infrastructure. Information with the Army Corps of Engineers, the microplastics, we're seeing regulations and of contaminations, and the federal updates was presented also at this session. That's the first day. It was a full, very full active day. Cyber security was actually presented at one of the sections, and it spoke of being in the mindset of looking at critical thinking and understanding your security, and look at it like a military mindset. That was one of the things that was presented. And the other activity that they had within was they gave us six active defense strategies. One was to look at, to be a strong shell within your organization. Be sure you have malware for detecting different hacks, human adversity for detections, looking at forensics capability to ensure the breach and its hunt, and to validate and to look at the automatic of being hacked within your organization and the system. So that was one full day with my president. I don't know where she get her energy, but she liked to pull you everywhere. But it was great. We had a lot of sessions and we met, and we met a lot of individuals and, it was very good the first day. The second day, we had harassment prevention, and it looked at harassment and equal employment opportunities was actually presented by the Shaw Law Group. And that was a 2-hour presentation. It's the same presentation that we're expected to do, and it was presented there at the conference. I participated, and so did President Sutter, and we got our certificate, so I brought my certificate tonight with me. The other session that they had on day 6 was very interesting, and it was the Energy Committee for Advanced Clean Fleet and CARB. I'm not going to go through all these different ones, but it was a full day of a lot of very good information. But on the 7th day, we had the opportunity to have in person with Governor Newsom. He came for the closing of the last session of our conference. And following that, had the opportunity, we still wasn't finished, we had the opportunity to go to the California African American Well Education Foundation, which was following that afternoon, and it's a luncheon for the cohorts that was actually graduating, and the MC and the presenter to all the cohorts and the ones that were graduating was our one and only President Sutter, which actually introduced the 12 individuals. That was phenomenal. They had went through the program. They had aspirations to continue the career in water. They had, these were young folk, these were young people that had their AA, their BA, their master's, and also a PhD. He was the very last one to speak. He has traveled all over the world, and all of them was excellent, So what they had to present in their travels in order to get where they are at for this career was very inspiring. They did a fantastic job for their orals and presenting. And I would just like to give kudos to our president. She did a fantastic job by introducing these individuals and taking them through this cohorts. So the next, almost last. So I did get a chance to continue with the individuals. I took a lot of pictures of them while she was speaking and got a lot of the essence. This was one of the first cohorts for them, and to get a lot of essence of what they had gone through in order to get to the spot where they're at today. So with that, that was end of my travels in Sacramento with the conferences, and I got a chance to actually Zoom Monday evening with San Pablo City Council, and also Tuesday, the Richmond City Council. And I'm not going to expound any more of that. I've held up enough time, so I'm done for right now. Thank you.
You're not. No, you're not.
Oh, the Finance and Administration Committee. Anybody else? You know how to miss some more. But I'm done.
Last Saturday.
Oh, I'm going to let you talk about last Saturday.
Yeah, but you want to put it on the record.
Okay, and so last Saturday, I thought I was done. We did so much. Last Saturday, on the 16th, we had an opportunity, the president and I presented the STEM program and tabled in Antioch. We had over 100 visitors at our table. We expounded on wastewater. We talked about germs. I was one of the presenters. I was the germ inspector. We had black lights in order for them to wash their hands, and then they would come over to me for the spot we had designed for them to actually see the germs that were still remaining on their hands. From that, they had questions about some of the things that we did last year. We didn't have it with it, but they wanted us to bring it forth. But we had a great turnout. again, we talked for 4 hours, I think 4 hours or 5 hours. I think this is why she's still hoarse, but it was well received, what we were doing, and thank you, staff, for giving us the swag and to have different things, you know, and the information and the posters that went along that we had done also. So thank you, Kate, and everyone else that participated, staff. So thank you so very much. It was very well received. And with that, that's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Director Rentila.
Well, on the 7th, I was able to fill in for President Suddeth at the Mayor's Conference in Orinda, which was at, yeah, thank you. It was held at the Orinda Golf Course, which is pretty fabulous. They had a presentation from the Library Foundation of Contra Costa County, and they were really pushing for new libraries. It's a new era, and they're really wanting to push for libraries in all of the cities because things have changed, and books seem to be going away, but it's important that our kids have a place to go and adults have a place to go and read and learn. So that was really exciting. And then, of course, the mayors, they had their elections for different committees, and that was nice, and commissions. And then on the 11th, we had the RNCC meeting where we had code enforcement give a special presentation. They said in 2025, they had 1,600 inspections, opened 1,108 cases, closed 948, issued 269 administrative citations, and hauled away a minimum of 83 vehicles. So code enforcement has been very busy. And then at that same presentation, Public Works told us that they have had, the city of Richmond has had over $2 million worth of copper theft. So if you see solar lighting going up, that's the reason why. They just can't stop these people. They said they put a 30-ton rock over a plate, a cover, and they were able to move the rock.
Break it, yeah.
Yeah, and pull, I don't know, hundreds of feet of copper wire. So
seen
the
the
all the lights went out. So,
scandalous.
yeah, copper theft is rampant in the city of Richmond. And I wanted to mention too that in the city of Richmond, it's 52 square miles long. It's got 6 voting districts, and we have 33 neighborhood councils. And it's the 70th anniversary of the neighborhood councils. And the very first one that was formed was in North Richmond called Shields Reed. It was it's 70 years old this year. So for those neighborhood councils that are looking for a reason to have a party, there you go. And then on the last city council meeting I went to, they spoke about waivers and fees for the Richmond Auditorium to have the school district have their graduation there for Latinx students. So they're going to allow that. And then there was an opposition for the CO2 waste dumping project. It's a pipeline that they plan on, or they were planning on installing from Chevron that runs all the way around to all the refineries and across the water to marshland. And there's a lot of opposition to this. And then I wanted to say next week we have a neighborhood council meeting at the Fairmead Hilltop neighborhood, which is right down the street, and it's we plan on having code enforcement there. And my request for maybe the IOE meeting is I would like to get more information on where we're at with our solar farm. And that would be the end of my report.
Solar farm status? Solar farm status?
Yes.
Share request, and that's for your IOE committee?
Yes, please.
Okay. we'll get that message
Thank you.
to Director Alvarado, Vice President Alvarado. Okay, thank you. And General Manager, if you could put that down for the committee. Director Lino, sir, you are up. Your turn.
Okay. Waiting for the call.
It was.
Before I make our required meeting reports, I'd like to clear up some confusion from our last meeting. I thought I heard that the board's role was limited to the legislative. However, the role of the board is oversight of the district on behalf of the ratepayers. It is true that the board, which gets its power from the ratepayers by election, is a quasi-legislative and quasi-judicial body by law. Quasi meaning like a legislature and a court. This is how the board expresses the power granted to it, not its role. Which leads me to the second bit of confusion. No board member has the power to restrict another in pursuit of their oversight duties. No board member may restrict what questions another board member asks in pursuit of oversight, or can restrict what questions may be answered by the district as part of the pursuit. To do so would weaken the power entrusted by the voters, ratepayers, in their representatives, and make for bad governance. Since our last meeting on May 6th, I have attended the El Sobrante MAC, the West County Forum, and the Richmond City Council meeting for a presentation of the city budget and a vote against a project whose unattainable goal is carbon sequestration for carbon credits. I'm also going to be on the agenda of the El Sobrante MAC, and I'm hoping to get some handouts with the talking points that we were given, or a summary of them, so I can present that at that meeting. And thank you, Justin, for the talking points, and I'll follow those pretty closely. So that's my report.
Director Wiener, what's the date of the El Sobrante MAC meeting you're referring
Oh,
to?
now ask me the hard question.
We'll look it up.
No, I can answer it just by looking at a calendar. It's I think the 11th. Nope, 18th. No, we're the 3rd, they're the 10th. Yeah, the 10th of next month, June. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you guys were still going. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. I attended to Richmond City Council, to El Cerrito City Council, Oakland City Council, the Board of Supervisors meeting, including a special truth forum from the Board of Supervisors. And I should qualify that. Alameda County Board of Supervisors, as well as the Contra Costa Board of Supervisors meeting. Am I the only one who attended the Contra Costa Board of Supervisors meeting? Didn't Both of you attend? I know one of you. Okay, you want to put it on the record? The Contra Costa Board of Supervisors meeting?
Yes, Madam
Okay,
President.
okay. And.
Yes, Madam President, I also attended the Board of Supervisors.
All right, thank you. I did attend the FNA meeting. I also attended the Aqua conference as Director King Meredith indicated. I won't go into detail, as she already stated most of it. It's centered mostly on, they spent a lot of time talking about AI, cybersecurity, infrastructure. I did attend part of the JPI summit. I do have some information for you, Deputy General Manager level. And we attended several of the committees, but we did attend separate committees. I attended the Federal Affairs and the Legal Affairs Committee, as well as some committee meetings on water quality and budget and asset data management. There were some interesting conversations about water management and modernizing water management and wastewater management to deliver results, streamlining the California water reporting that's coming up, the new requirements for that. We did attend the Region 5 membership meeting, and I attended the AI meeting on the possibilities and ethical pitfalls in attorney usage of AI in legal, which was very interesting. The federal program on permits and procurement streamlining, and managing the water workforce costs and long-term financial liabilities, which did get into, Director Winter, a lot of the questions that you tend to ask about our liability, our funded and unfunded liability, which was a good conversation because it stemmed from some of the conversations we had about in the JPIA summit. One of the more interesting conversations was, it takes your mind back to toilet to tap. Instead of talking about toilet to tap, they called it from lab to tap now. And it's talking about how advanced technology is solving local water challenges, including taking wastewater to help solve water challenges. So very, very interesting. Very cool. It's very cool, and it's using technology instead of just regular. That's the one we went to before at the Pure Water facility in Southern Cal. Exactly, when they talked about the golden mussels. And they talked about that in 2 different sessions. And then from one of the really good ones was from policy to production, how we plan to deliver 9 million acre feet by 2040. And that's why the from lab to tap became a big issue. We're going to have to figure out how to use technology to help do that, not with just clean water, but also how do we take water reuse to this next level.
So this is collectively.
This is collectively. It was in a bunch of different sessions. As Director King Meredith said, I was kind of dragging her around, but we split up to try and go to as many sessions as possible.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I shouldn't interrupt.
No, if you have a question, it's
Yeah,
fine.
no, I just was getting the scope of the, how many billion gallons?
9 million acre feet.
Okay, 9 million acre feet. And this encompasses the entire state of California?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
that's their mandate. 9 million acre feet by 2040 is what is needed. We need to deliver that. The only other, the only other thing I did want to say is, I almost neglected a couple things. So on the 7th is when we had the graduation ceremony that Director King Meredith mentioned. was for COWF, is these students who participated in this program. It's the first cohort. We have several programs that we work up with well in Educate to Lead, and then this separate program is a program that's specifically, Educate to Lead is a program that's aimed towards those who are already in the water field. This new program is aimed towards bringing people into water, in the water industry, water, wastewater industry. And this is the first cohort that's aimed towards college students, anywhere in their college, and more towards earlier in their college career. And so we were able to bring them in and give them a $2,000 stipend, which is probably the happiest thing that I get able to do, is to give, it's an 8-week program. I mean, $2,000 for 8 sessions is some pretty good money, you know, and each session is only a few hours. And to be able to give them their certificate and some words of encouragement and to hear their feedback on what they learned. Some students come in not knowing very much about water at all, just knowing that this is very interesting to them. And they were exposed to some really high-level professionals from, you know, not just West County, East Bay Mud, but also Metropolitan Water District, which is the biggest water district in the state, and Valley Water. And some of them are already looking at internships. The vast majority, 85% of them, are freshmen and sophomores in college. And so they have a really good chance at a career. The diversity of the group was amazing. Because I started off speaking in Spanglish, one of the young women who is an indigenous young woman, she felt comfortable speaking her indigenous language, which is what left the biggest impression on me. And the other thing was they all came in saying, I didn't think I'd get into the program because I didn't think I was strong enough. And then at the end, they all were considering careers in water. So that is what we do the program for. And so I would invite all of you, the next time we do this, it would be great for you to just sit. It tugged at the hearts of everybody in that room. They were just like, this is wonderful. This is why we do this. It started out where people from Aqua, I think, were kind of hanging back to see, and then the room was full. And they were like, what can we do to support this? Because it was full. And Sac State was supportive of it. And so there's the next wave is coming. And then the fun. So that was one. And then the fun was on Saturday. Saturday is a program called, I had a couple other meetings. Let me just name those real quick so I can have them on the record. I had several meetings for COWF, several meetings for WELL, and the Finance and Administration Committee on Thursday. I had a BACWA meeting in Berkeley on Friday. It's the annual meeting. We had, what else? We had a webinar from AWWA on funding capital projects. That was earlier today or yesterday. And then I was in Sacramento all day today because, WELL, Water Education for Latino Leaders, was one of the organizations to get Nonprofit of the Year from Senator Limon. And couple that, so 3 organizations that I work with on a regular basis received Nonprofit of the Year. WELL, Senator Limon, Urban Tilth from Richmond, from Senator Arriguin, and GRIP, Greater Richmond Interfaith Project, from Assembly Member Buffy Wicks. So those are all local here in our area that we all work with. We work WELL, comes here often to West County as part of our. This has become part of their curriculum, as the GM and Deputy GM knows. They make a stop here at West County when they come to the area. So I was there as part, representing us, and we were in the picture. They asked if I could come. And I also took the opportunity to go talk to our legislators, since I was going to be there, and to drop in to say hello. So that was today. And let me make sure I have all of that. Now, I can tell. And on Monday, the 18th, AWRA had a webinar on surveillance system, using technology to, on surveillance systems to look at our water, to see if we could use it for healthcare, to look at it, especially when we have outbreaks. So, but going back to Saturday, the 16th, we did STEM and Living Color out in Antioch, as Director King Meredith, and I'm sending pictures to you, Miss Gibbs. It was called Germs. That was the name of the booth. Last year, we did toxic water, and they came back, the children came back expecting us to do toxic water again. We did not. We did germs. And thank you, Ms. Kate. The poster, and when I sent you the picture, came out beautifully. I had a photo that I kind of created, and I sent it over, and Ms. Kate got me a rush job on this poster of what it looks like when you know, what's on the bottom of your shoe, basically. And all of the things that, you know, the different toxins and germs that's on the bottom of your shoe. And it caught everybody's attention. The microplastics, are you okay? And so, and then, so what we did was people would come up to the booth. So it had all the colors. There was colorful balloons. There were these clear balloons that looked like water drops. And the backdrop was this big scientific board. It looked, you know, all the chemical symbols. But what caught their attention was I would ask them, so are your hands clean? Yes. You sure your hands are clean? Yes. Well, we're gonna test them and find out. And we both had our lab coats, which always somehow catches children's attention. Yeah. So I had a lab coat, and he said, are you a doctor? And Director King Meredith said, she's a doctor. I said, oh, I am. I'm a germ doctor. I'm a germ doctor. Do you know that people wear these lab coats? Do you know the one thing that they don't like? And the children would look, these big white eyes, and they say, dirt? Yes. Are your hands clean? Some of them would be honest, right? And they'd say, I think so. So we'd say, let me see. So they put out their hands, and I put on this cream I have with a little bitty dot, and I tell them to rub their hands so there's no more what they eat. And then the cream, it shows you with these little dots that your hands are not clean. But I have a flashlight. It's a keychain flashlight. It's a blue light. And when you shine it, it shows you all of the germs that are still there. And at first they're like, well, I said, what is that? And they look, and they're like, and then they look at their parents like, I don't know. And so their parents, and I said, you know what it is? Do you know what that is? And they said, dirt? It's germs. It's germs. And then I'm like, take your little germy self over to the inspector, the germ inspector. And she had this, so we talked about, she made this, so we had this black box that had an eye thing. So you would look through the eye, and you put your hand in the box, and the children would look through the eye, and they could see. So in the sun, they could see it a little bit. But when they look in the black box and they put their hand up, it looks like the constellations. Yeah. They could see all of the germs. Because in the box, there's also another blue light, right? Purple light. And they could see it. And then they get to see how gross their hand is. And then they get to come back and spin the wheel and win the prizes. Right. But there was one little boy, and this one caught the whole day. He was like, his little sister was there, and he's laughing the whole time. His little sister, I said, let me see your hands. And she's waiting to see what happens to him. She's like, I'm gonna see what happened to him. So she rubbed her hands. And he saw all of it, and she saw all of it, and then I said, you want to see what's in your shoes? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay, well, take off your shoe. And I put just a pinch I said, I can't put a lot. You're supposed to put a dime amount, but I put just a pinch, like a pinch of salt in your shoe to see what's in your shoe.
Oh, my God. You're gonna
And his
scar
mom's
these kids
face,
for life.
his mom's face was like, oh no, I don't think I want to see it. His shoe right away, it lit up like it was like a whole bunch of salt in his shoe. And then Annie showed him in the black box. Director King Meredith showed him in the black box. And the sister kind of almost pushed him out the way because she wanted to see it. And I took the photo. His mom took my camera. She took the photo. And that is one of the best photos of his shoe in the box. And he's all looked up and he's got his head in there trying to see it. And the shoe is like all lit up inside the shoe and around the lip of the shoe. And so it's like the best photo of the whole day. And then afterward, I said I didn't want to put too much in it. So anyway, they were asking me, so what should we do? So we were able to have a nice conversation about it. And this is what happens with your water. So we wanted to tie it to water, you know, but so.
You told them several times to watch, you know, to sing a song.
Yeah, to sing a song. So we taught them about singing a song and washing your hands. And we gave each one of them one of the keychains with the light. And I said, now what are you gonna do when you wash your hands? They said, they're gonna sing the ABC song, right? And then if your hands are, and you're gonna use the flashlight, check your hands. And if you see germs, I'm gonna wash them again. And so, General Manager, yes, I just bred a whole new generation of germaphobes. But they are very happy germaphobes. And it was like 140 children, and we had to like shut it down. Finally, at 4 o'clock, they were still coming. And it was done at 4, and they kept coming and coming and coming. And we realized we had not eaten or had anything to drink all day, so we had to leave. But it was really good. It was good. So with that, yes, it was very successful. Thank you very much, Ms. Kate and Ms. Robin in absentia for getting the board and the swag over to us. We did order the extra stuff, but the bags, everything was really good. We need more English cards. We had a lot of Spanish ones left, but we need more English, like the door hangers and no fog. Is that the ones? The fog? No, yeah, the fog cards. Yeah, I need the fog cards because we have a lot of Spanish. Yeah, the fat oil and grease. For Juneteenth, I have a lot of the Spanish ones, but not enough of the other ones. Other than that, is there anything else from the board before I turn this back over?
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I did want to mention that June 2nd is right around the corner. For all you people that are voting, it's a lot safer to bring your ballot to a box. And we happen to have one in front of our building here, located at 2910 Hilltop Drive. So drop off your ballot here at our ballot box.
Good point. Great point. Great,
If you're mailing, get it in by the 26th.
great point. Another great point. Great, 2 great points. We are, yeah, 2 great points. That's all I'll say. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, I will turn it over to you.
All right, so as a reminder, West County Wastewater will be closed this Monday, May 25th, in observance of Memorial Day. The next regular board meeting is scheduled for June 3rd, 2026 at 6:30 PM here at Hilltop. And a note to the members of the public, the board will hold a public hearing at that June 3rd meeting regarding the proposed wastewater rate increase. Public participation is welcome and encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, this meeting is adjourned at 8:23. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I took a course in college called parasitology.
Parasites, go ahead.
Parasites,
Parasitology.
yes. And
Jesse is back in the district.
Harry Dean? And where will he be? In his office?
Yeah, he'll be in district, he's gonna be in his office, he's gonna hold.
I did want to talk to him about something.
I know, you told me that before, so that's why I'm telling you. He's gonna be holding some special meetings, so I can let you know when. He's gonna hold a couple of special meetings in district. So I can tell
Did
you-
he ever go to our wastewater plant?
He's coming.
Oh, he's coming.
Yeah, he's coming.
Because I talked to him at one of Joya's Christmas event, his Christmas event, and he was supposed to come the next day, but he never did.
He hurt his foot. He had hurt his foot, so he couldn't come. He's coming in.
I mean,
Yeah, we have an appointment.
it's dangerous being a politician, I tell you.
It is, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, he's coming in. He's coming in, it's in the district, because we have a.
I just wanted to say, in order to live the rest of my life after taking that class,
What you
I
do?
had to compartmentalize everything I learned.
Okay,
I had to,
okay, Barto.
I had to stuff it somewhere and never think about it again. Because it's a dangerous world out there.
So I'll get you registered and we'll just get it on there.
When do I do? Okay, do I
Just give
do?
it to Robert.
Be fire safe, my man. Jeez.
Girl, I've got that.
Let me ask you.
Oh,
Did you wanna go too?
Where?
We're going to the Latino education. It's in Pico Rivera. Thank you.
Oh,
It's,
when is the date?
June 13th. It's one day.
It could be, can you email me that? I could do that.
Okay, it's a Saturday. I know Arthur asked me to go.
I could go down there and see my peeps.
Okay, I'll send it to you. Because if you want to go, I'm gonna go on the meeting. They're getting Carter on there. And, I'm getting ready to pay for it. So it's $750 or $750. All right, just let me know as soon as possible.
My buddy Nat.
yeah,
Friends are. Show romance.
sure. Girl, when I got home Saturday. No. When I got home Saturday. I was tired, but I say I got, I had the paint and the plastic in the middle of the floor, or the plastic in the boxes. I went to pick up the damn box. Spilled all that black paint in the middle of the floor. No. Yeah.
Oh, that's why your nails like
My hand, my whole hand was black.
I thought you did something to
No,
your nails.
my whole, I couldn't get it all off. Girl, I was hurrying up to get that shit off my floor. I got it off, it was enough spill. No, it's the bamboo. It's the bamboo. Yes, well, you know, the bamboo. And girl, I just had some cleaners, right? And I poured the shit and I'm getting it up. Got down on the floor. Took me 30 minutes to get up off the floor. Like the mom said, I'm like, can you get up? I was screwed. Good night. And I'll call you. I'll send that out to you. Okay, Kate?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I did, so I was gonna make the announcement about, CHEC, we having our, meeting on the 6th, on the 3rd, the same day of our board meeting. But it's about our EV cars, where we can ride around there and the whole bit.
So it'll be good.
She didn't get it, she didn't get the information. So that's why I didn't mention it, but I'll let you know. If you wanna do it, it's from 11 to 2. On the 3rd, I think, June the 3rd. Or, but it's in the morning.
What time?
From 11 to 2. I'll keep you in check, This is, we have a lot of tables, we have tables. This is our electric vehicle. This is our EV. Yeah. No, it's just for you to come in here. Me and Marina's gonna speak. Yeah, if you wanna come and hear what the, you know, cause you know, we have that $528 million thing for California, you know, we're the lead. So anyway, we're just talking, we've had it for about 1 on 5 years for electric vehicles, so. I mentioned to Kate, cause what's the name, has sent it out. But that's okay, I'll get it to her. You know, people have already responded back, you know, we got about 30 people that's already. If you can, you know, it'd be wonderful, if you can't, don't worry about it. So what about, and my car is doing much better now, I was waiting for it to start tooting again. Is those Harry? I think those are his glasses. Harry, I think these are yours?
Your glasses?
Your glasses? Your shades, yeah. No,
I was saying, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we just an interview.
I thought they were yours because they were closer to you, and I said, boy, those look a lot like mine.
Okay, Harry. Do with him. Okay.
Anything over there I should take?
No.
Did you say
The whole process again.
Look how little this is.
I'm so glad I got two of them.
Look how little this is.
And what, girl,
You see this little container?
they something else. Look. Oh, shit. I'm so stupid. A lot of people are going out of business. They're going out of business. Charge you, how much this shit cost you? 40? Altogether.
No, this whole bag costs 50 something.
I know it did. That's what I'm saying.
No, not
They
this.
scammed
Not
me.
this. This is what you gave me. This is what you gave me.
I know. Oh.
That's not it.
Girl, they scammed me.
This was $15.
Them fuckers are scamming. I know it. And all of them, and Kentucky Fried Chicken, all of them going out of business. They scandalous. They got these
No,
little hats.
this is what you gave me. This was not. This was 50.
They're the little piece of shit. They scandalous. Getting people's money like that. They don't look, a lot of people gonna be driving by their establishment. Because what you get for your money, and you getting raped. Like Melvin said, you getting raped. Melvin said,
Is this what you gave me?
honey, Melvin
Let me see
said,
if they have anything else I
we
can
will,
give this girl for her dinner.
Melvin said you getting raped. That's what he said.
Let's see if there's anything else I can
Okay.
buy for her dinner.
It may
You
be.
said the cauliflower wasn't any good?
Huh? I haven't even tried it.
The cauliflower rice?
I haven't even tried it. Only thing I tried, when I told
You
you
said
once,
the Brussels sprouts?
it was so hard, I ain't ate nothing else.
And you said the,
Okay, let's see. I gotta get a
did you try
carrot.
the salmon?
That would make our.
I ain't tried nothing. I was too.
The stock market goes down and it'll take a couple years to catch up, but yeah, we'll have some impact.
If it's as bad as they,
I'm gonna put it in.
however, we're gonna save like, we're gonna save more and more money because oil prices.
Yeah, the treatment plant, that's gonna be our biggest thing. And then there could be future opportunities to.
Andrew, did you try this?
Maybe some of those ways to go ahead, maybe.
Somebody tried it first.
Where is the issue block?
That's who tries it. Aaron is my guy. Aaron is like, Aaron's Mikey. Remember the person? Try it.
This is terrible. Have you looked at the division of
Because we
That's
got,
not like inside.
got the general power energy, then I have distribution.
the distribution equals the generation. And so, there's no savings.
Because, yeah, you might reduce those.
It's not very good for the distribution.
Well,
Even from different,
I had to order my
I still have
feed. Yeah, because I couldn't eat it because
And it's the same amount. It's the same amount, almost exactly as my MC. Then I have gas.
Higher ones, but lower or very low.
I'll do that. I'll do it tomorrow.
So that, you know, maybe, like, if it's less than 5 milligrams. Spread.
Instead of just.
On anything, like, and they're pitching it as Trump. Very interesting, how that, how it's written up, but I hope that goes on, and we can, well, yeah, the market opens up for it. Right, because we're going to stuff that could be called fertilizer if, yeah.
So I mean, it does during the summer. Capacity. Because they have their own processing.
But they're still, they're also under the same restrictions we've already promised. We got it, they got it.
Did you drop something in?
Anyway, I'm sure we can source, we can find out where the radiation came from.
Yeah, that's our big history.
And PFAS.
That one is most likely just from household products.
If it's household product.
And clothing, your, you know, like your non-stick cooking, products or. Because we're 97% all our residential, so 97% is residential, so it's.
So we did a public push. And, you know, sending out non-PFAS dishwashers,
Okay, here, yeah.
My chair is shorter.
Oh, mm-hmm.
You see it?
Okay, let's go.
Did I make it shorter? Did I do that, or it's just shorter?
Okay, let's go on. Let's get it. Okay, you go. You go first.